Hello! It's time to return to Final Fantasy XIV. So get out of here, Banjo. And here we are, in Super's apartment that she has. Oh, just in time for ventures to complete. Time for fun prizes. I have no more ventures to assign further ventures with, but we can receive felt tomato sauce, armor, and lumber. Okay. They covered all the bases this time. Anyway. Oh, wait. Ah. Johanatos has sold something. I'll take that. Today is going to be some Crystal Tower questline stuff. But also, there's one other very specific thing that I want to do. Or at least peek at. Many years ago, when I played this game before, there was a certain trial that caused me a great deal of difficulty. Hello. And that trial would be, the one against Odin. Odin was the person who stopped me from, maining healer. The one who gave me healing anxiety back in the day. So it's time to get revenge, or at least attempt to. And for cinematic flair, I'm going to be flying over to Odin's house to knock on his front door personally. It's not quite that way. It's this way. I'll get there. I'm good at navigating. I'm great at it. Excellent, even. And there's also something going on over here, but that's not important. See, there's still crystals over here. It's basically Crystal Tower. So there was a little Odin quest line that I didn't show, which is basically, oh, Odin, oh no, and that's it. And like, oh, Pessy here, who I keep misreading the name of as Pepsi, wants us to fight Odin. So what if I did fight Odin? What if I tried to fight Odin? It might take a while to get into an Odin trial, because I don't think Odin shows up in any of the roulettes. Except maybe like Mentor Roulette, I think it was. But we're going to be thinking about Odin at the very least. And I'm healer again. I don't know if I have... if I'm good enough at healer again yet in order to do this, but I am going to try it. Just for personal, revengeance closure rather, etc. I did try doing Odin unsynced with just me and Rika as a joke though. That didn't go well. It didn't work out. Let me... Where was it again? Character? Since I've seen the Odin intro cutscene, I do want to see it again for dramatic effects. Oh, we actually have most of the party already. That's weird. I thought Odin would take a while. Maybe with item levels as they are, this will not be as painful as it was. The last time I tried to fight Odin normally was around the Heavensward era of this game. And we are now approaching, like, we're now approaching Endwalker. So there's been a considerable amount of time. But what will happen? We will see. Oh yeah, and my chocobo is green now. Good job becoming green, Boaster. In order to change a chocobo's color, you must stable them and feed them a very specific selection of snacks and treats. Various fruits, mostly. And also you have to do it in a pretty specific order for best results. Am I dropping frames, or is that just the preview? It's just the preview. There's not really much to say until the action begins, I suppose. This is a nice front lawn that Odin has. It's got crystal, it's got water, it's got elemental, it's got giant bug. Giant bug of Mario Paint Nat attack. Kind of. They even buzz when you're near them. Hello. I am going to fight Odin. Odin is my nemesis from years ago of this game. Who I blame for me developing anxiety around the healer role originally. So I thought I would begin with trying to defeat the darkness in my past, as it were. And then we'll do the Crystal Tower stuff eventually. Assuming that another tank and another healer deign to join us on this adventure. We'll see how it goes. It might not go well. But Poster is green now. And that's important. Maybe. I can destroy this unrelated creature while we're waiting. I think Sucro does know about timed hits, but I don't know if they actually come into play for any of this game. I think she's heard about them. And doesn't really know how to apply them to day-to-day life. We are only missing a tank now. The time may be approaching. I'm afraid. In my heart. At your word, I will invoke the elementals to draw Odin to this spring. Pray enter as soon as you're ready. I'm working on it. I mean, there is kind of a crystal tower here. So we're basically doing what I said we would. I can't land on it. Probably none of this is real land. This is real water. Yeah, you can't stand here. This land is an illusion. A visit by Odin, as they say. There's also an invisible wall here. Oh, the fate we just did is back. Time to fight this enemy again, I guess. Hooray, we did it again. Just need one more tank. Sometimes even the healer queue cannot be instant for something that not a lot of people are likely doing. suppose we should fly around aimlessly. Hey look, it's the moon. I can't go to it. That's for the expansion. One day we might fight Odin. It could happen. Oh, here's the house of crime. Crime lives here. I don't know how long this will take. The average wait time has already been exceeded several times. So we'll just try this funny car around, I guess. One thing I've noticed with the mounts in this game is that they tend to have, like the sound of this flying, for example, has a really obvious looping point. There. It's really obvious when the sound like resets or starts to loop. And it's a little annoying, honestly. It's the sort of thing that can bother me occasionally. So, this is the video game. This is what happens in it. Sometimes. Sometimes it is just like this. Forever. I could always switch to Gatherer. Start gathering things for no reason. Oh yeah, time to get crystal. I did it. thrilling. As a gatherer, you can actually do auto attacks against enemies. So you can still technically fight, but you're really, really bad at it. You cannot fight Odin as a gatherer, though. I don't think it'll let you do that. We've lost the DPS and the one tank that was in the queue. I can show the excitement and wonder of gathering leave quests. Thrill. The orbs circling around are gatherer's stealth mechanic that exists. Exciting music begins as we gather many of a thing. I do like this song. Oh, that's not part of the quest. Gathering can be kind of relaxing in this game, but I wouldn't call it, like, exciting. It does get crazier later, I guess. Depending on how long we wait in this line, I might just give up. Also. Because, like, this is not entertaining for anyone. We do have another tank now, though. Hooray! We did it! Exciting. Are you having fun yet? Now we're missing 2 DPS in the tank. Could it be time? Oh no, I failed my leave quest. Oh no! Finally, though. The horse. Apparently back in the day I called Odin a stupid fuck horse, and that's pretty funny. That's the end of that anecdote. Also, this boss was present in PSO2, the Japanese version. Let's see if I fail horribly. Oh good, we have someone with the best voice in the game. The one that you can hear over everything that goes, whew! Whew! That's important. Shouldn't have swift casted that other heal. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. I messed up. And here's the enrage. Why did we use that limit break? Oh, well, okay. Things have gotten easier since the days of yore, and despite my mistakes, Odin is fucking dead. Destroyed. Amazing. I'm gonna commend the other healer. I don't know what I expected, but I don't think it was an easy victory. Someone's not voting on this. Okay, somebody got it. Well, I got 3 commendations despite dying. Huh. Odin's over. Easy as that, I guess. Wild. And now I just have to go speak with people. I believe I get a title for doing that as well. The Unsevered. So I can just wear this title that means I conquered my ancient foe. Huh. I think it's because the item levels in this game have gotten ridiculous. But, like, yeah. So I didn't show the opening of this questline, but your bravery before the dark divinity was commendable, adventurer. I'm relieved you escaped the battle with your life. And it was not for nothing, I might add. Brother Esumiyan and I have observed something remarkable, though I should like to discuss it with him present. Ah, and see how he comes. That's him. That's the other guy that was just mentioned. Adventurer, I would offer you thanks for all you've done today. I'm Esumiyan, master of the Conjurers Guild. But no doubt you are keen to learn more of the Dark Divinity. Very well, I shall share with you what I've gleaned in observing your battle. To begin, felling a primal allows the ether of their physical manifestation to return to the land. This much you know, yes? Odin seems to be subject to the selfsame laws, yet his sword, the Zantetsuken, remains even after his body vanishes. Thus we thought to examine the blade, and in so doing found that its etheric density is unimaginably high. Now, we had always assumed the being who brandished the weapon was Odin, but what if we erred? What if the sword Zantetsuken is in and of itself the Dark Divinity? An unforeseen conclusion, yes, but one that clarifies much of the primal. Indeed, that would explain why Odin has never truly fallen. No one has thought to destroy the blade. And if the Zantetsuken is the primal, could it not conjure itself a new wielder? Yet, just as Ifrit's tempered or Leviathan's drowned, Odin must needs have his sundered to offer crystals in his name, unless he drinks of the Shroud's aether. Such a weak source of power could be why it takes time for the Dark Divinity to manifest again. You see, Adventurer, our theory accounts quite nicely for two of the mysteries that for so long surrounded the primal. And yet, as Oap Pessi hints, a third mystery remains. If there are no sundered, how does Odin sustain himself? I cannot imagine the wishes of those who first summoned him were so strong as to echo throughout the centuries. Brother, I do not think our theory is flawed. No, this discovery makes clear the holes in what we had for so long believed of the primals. We must revisit the beings with a keener eye. I will inform Master Orianger of what we have gleaned here. Adventurer, I urge you to do the same should something else of Odin occur to you. But today is a victory all the same. We have the Zantetsuken, and the mysteries that remain pale in import to the act of locking the primal away. With any luck, we can seal the sword and end the Dark Divinity's ride. Nod. Brothers, something terrible has happened. Oh, okay. That was quick. The Zantetsuken is gone! One of my own men has stolen away with the blade, and left nary a trace to track his flight. I never dreamt he would do such a thing, and I stayed my hand too long to stop him. Gasp. What? Are your men so disloyal as to rob you? Tell me, Lewin, why would someone do such a thing? Forgive me, brother, but I cannot say. I'm as astonished as you. The thief was a sworn man of God's quiver, true as an Igrodanian arrow. Moreover, what could he stand to gain by stealing so fell a blade? Mayhap the soul of the thief was stolen along with the blade. It is within the power of all primals to bend mortals to their wills. If the Zantetsuken and Odin are one and the same, then the sword may control the now sundered man. Is that not right, brother? That is indeed possible. Gods, could I have been so blind as that? Lord Lewin, it is I who needs apologize. Had I been more wary, I would have foreseen this. Instead, I have cost us dearly and placed you and your men in great danger. Let us not cry over lost swords. Lord Lewin, send forth the God's Quiver and Wood Wailers to scour the shroud. Brother Oap Pessi and I will devote ourselves to devising a way to fell Odin after the Zantetsuken is ours again. Yes, brother, indeed, it would be a poor thing to have the blade in our grasp and no way to destroy it nor dull its bite. Adventurer, I will call upon you again when we have something to show for our efforts. Until then, go in peace. I don't actually remember if this goes anywhere. Because, like, there's not a more difficult version of Odin in the game. So I don't know what that's about, really. Anyway. It's about time to do the Crystal Tower stuff. But before that, I'm going to be right back. I have returned. There is a chocobo walking in place near me, which has been making footstep sounds this whole time. But it is not Boaster. It is this other one. Popito. It's a good name for a chocobo. Anyways. It is time to resume the Crystal Tower questline. Last time on the Crystal Tower questline, we did the Labyrinth of the Ancients. And now we must needs find a way into the Syrcus Tower itself. Or perhaps the Syrcus Tower, if you prefer. As a fantasy word, it is unclear how to say it. And I don't know if it's full of clowns, so it might not be the circus. I'm assuming we need to be around here somewhere. Ah, no, we have to go to the 8 Sentinels. That makes sense. We broke through the barriers last time. But how do we break through the next barriers? That is the question that we need to answer. We're examining the rubble in the hopes that it'll yield a clue to entering Syrcus Tower. Can you tell we're getting desperate? Well, if it isn't Sucro, eager to enter Syrcus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. And so we did. Here we are on the inside of the tower. Door. And here's our fun crew of many individual. Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Aleg, sent here by our friends of Baldessian to aid the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. It is our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your tires ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. Door. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Syrcus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is that we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Sealed by some mechanism, locked from the other side, sealed by the king's power, etc. It's a Dark Souls. Gotta equip the king's ring. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a Magitek cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 Sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective as security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we... let's see. Gotta remember how to Guraha voice, because Guraha is important. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman, respectant, elegant royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals are, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. Nod. They're just gonna like put their hands up and it'll open or something. Probably. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use, just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? Yeah, you just gotta hold out your hands and be the correct people. Ta-da! Gasp! I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells, what is this? What did you do? What are you? That's a little rude. Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable. Who is this? Only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I'm delighted to see. I think I know who this is, maybe. Yeah, it's Nero. It's of course it's Nero. Is he still wearing a mask and pretending to not be Nero? Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you've acquired. This motherfucker is here. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. Ah, but I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I'm no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, it is only my just deserts. But I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these 2 odd characters. They're from Final Fantasy III. That their names are a reference to the Nero, shut up. We don't care. Or maybe we do, I don't know. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Allag's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I've unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. That was a Hotel Mario voice being redeemed. Good. You mean to say that these two are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. Wary look. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave to your kind. Is that not so? Well, 'twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. But I want to go in the dungeon. But fine. Nod. Very well. You can get the armor they're wearing, by the way. Seven hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you know me better than to think I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An elegant tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. Well, Nero is here now. This guy... Well, what's everyone got to say? Let us hear what Une and Doga have to say. It will not be too late to decide upon a course of action afterwards. It goes without saying that Nero can't be trusted. We do well to keep an eye on him at all times. To think the Allegans can make copies of people! If this knowledge were to fall into the wrong hands, the world would become a terrible place. I shudder to imagine a dozen bigs shouting at me all day long. Chief and Nero go all the way back to the Magitek Academy. It's an exclusive school situated in the capital, reserved for the Empire's brightest elite. I don't know the nitty-gritty details, but they didn't get along back then, and they don't get along now. Fate's a bastard for bringing them together again. What do you have to say, Nero? We may not have gotten off to the best of starts, but the past is in the past. Yesterday's enemies can be today's friends. Do you not agree, Warrior of Light? You have every right to mistrust us, but I beg you to hear us out. Long have we waited for this opportunity to fulfill our life's purpose. If you are ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader Rambrose may wish to be present. And so he is. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you may have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldessian. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Allegan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? and more specifically, what it is that you now seek to do. Answering your questions require that we revisit Allegan history. Pray bear with us. Ah, this is music from FF3 It's the theme of one or both of the people with these names that I don't remember. Or, I mean, I remember the names, but I don't remember exactly whose theme this is. It could be both of them. I want to say it's Doga. The Allegan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as a symbol of Allegan pride. Parents took their children there that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alleg to greatness. Ammon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Zand. None other. As a part of his experiments, Ammon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Allegan emperors named Zand. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the two were in fact one and the same. Yep, that's true. That's true, Isa. Aye, Zand returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more. And true to Ammon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Zand turned his sights toward a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Nero grinned. Darkness again? Seven hells, what is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Zand is very much alive. Within Syrcus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. All of the things that are being mentioned, like Ammon and Zand, are relevant in Final Fantasy III. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it into the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allegan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Ammon, now Emperor Zand's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the seventh umbral calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Zand awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. That's him, briefly. Clones were also relevant in Final Fantasy III because there was a Zand clone enemy that you fought in a treasure chest who immediately cast like Meteor on you and you died, usually. 'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Zand's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we've inherited from our namesakes, the true Une and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will that we might carry on their mission should they fall. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Zand, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It's taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Sucro Funk, we are confident that we can end Zand's dark ambition once and for all. I'm just a cat. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldessian, among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Sucro? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. I only did it once, but I'll do it again. Fuck yeah. Time to kick some butt. You have our eternal gratitude. Together let us see the Allegan Empire's dark past laid to rest. Nods. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allegan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the Tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Allegans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Syrcus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Nero quietly being pissed in the background. Sucro, as you did for us within the labyrinth of the ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Zand himself. Nod. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Syrcus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Various cheering. And what do you have to say, Mr. Nero? Nothing? Okay, fair enough. Sucro casually strolls into screen. Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean... You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I'm disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. Well, I'm a cat. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I'm quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there's been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Syrcus Tower awaits us. Various nods. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Zand himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. Camera panning upwards to look at tower. Syrcus Tower now accessible. Now, it's been even more time since I did this part of the Crystal Tower raids than it has since I did the Labyrinth of the Ancients. So, well, the truth of my eye is ever on my mind, but right now every man of us has a job to do. Rest assured, I shan't allow myself to be distracted. Within Syrcus Tower, you will encounter clones who share our appearance. Though they too were created in the image of Doga and Une, they are but empty husks bereft of independent will. Their sole purpose is to eliminate intruders. Striking down spitting images of Une and myself may give you pause, but you must not let that stay your hand. Though their names do not appear to have survived the passage of time, Doga and Une were worthy individuals. They were not without faults, but they placed the welfare of the people above all else. When Zand was resurrected, they supported his second ascension to the throne, in hopes that the Empire would flourish once more under his leadership. When it came to light that Zand was consorting with dark powers, they did all within their power to stop him. Among their many acts, they imbued us two humble clones with their will. Well, anyone still hanging around in this area? Doesn't seem that way. And now again we wait in line, for even as a healer, sometimes an amount of time must pass before we are allowed to continue. I believe that most raid series in this game are at least 3 dungeons long. Most raids of this size, alliance raids as they're known, most of these I think are 3 dungeons long. So this would be dungeon number 2. Despite how final it might sound, if you know anything about Final Fantasy III, you know where this might be going. Future raid dungeon arcs are also 3 long, I think. I don't know for sure if the near one is 3 alliance raids long. Oh. Well. I imagine it would be, but I've only done one of them. Someone withdrew from the duty. 'Tis a shame. That's a large tower. Hotel Mario voice for the next text box. I don't know what the next text box is going to be. It might just be a small bit of boss dialogue in this dungeon somewhere. Ah, that Crystal Tower melody. It's here. With singing. Quite an eclectic mix of adventurers we've brought today. It's been so long since I've done this dungeon. Like, I've done the one after it and the one before it more recently than I've done this one, I believe. This song is here? This leitmotif? I forget what this leitmotif is associated with other than something that's way, way later in the game. Huh. Didn't realize that was here. That leitmotif pops up in a post-game Shadowbringers dungeon. Which is like at least 120 hours away from now. Ah, Scylla is here. My hounds hunger for man flesh. That's the paper bar, or the Hotel Mario. There it is. My hands hunger for hound flesh, Luigi. I mean my hounds. I completely butchered that. I don't know what any of that shit means. It would seem I am frozen. Unfortunate. I don't know why I'm frozen. Scorch their insolent hides, my hounds! Oh, that's probably why I was frozen. The hounds, they grow silent. Finally I may rest. Scylla's the lady maid of dogs. I think she was in Final Fantasy III, but I don't remember exactly where. It would make sense if she were in the Crystal Tower, but I'm not sure that's the case. I don't think the Crystal Tower itself had bosses before Zand. It had a number of difficult enemy encounters, of course. Some of the enemy encounters within it were just colored dragons, such as this green one here. Infamous for dropping pieces of the onion equipment. Oh, there are Doga clones now. This is a very pretty environment. Still surprised to hear the sleep motif here. I expected it later. Whee! Seems there's probably a mechanic around. You who would bear steel against the Emperor, you shall not pass so long as I draw breath. Okay. I assume that there are mechanics here based on the jump pads surrounding this area. But I don't know what they do. It's safe to assume don't stand in any funny-looking circles. Most likely. Vile utterance. Activating support protocol, charging energy stones. What? Doesn't seem to matter too much these days. Whatever it is this boss has done. That my defenses could be breached. And the whole next section of the tower just sort of clonks into place. That's fun. A red dragon and some funny individuals. Not a problem. Corgi. And here's Ammon, who we were told about. Definitely a boss fight in Final Fantasy III, though much earlier than the Crystal Tower. My, such unruly guests. Would seem a little diversion is in order. Experiment byproducts. I don't remember what that means. Things are exploding. I can't claim to understand why exactly. I think every time one of the experimental byproducts reaches Ammon, something bad happens. Oh, I'm silenced. I'm frozen again. I see. I don't see. I have no idea what's happening. So this is a problem with some of the earlier raids in the game, is that I have no idea what's happening in them. But also, funnily enough, half the time it doesn't even matter. It's very weird like that. And here's Zand, brooding on a crystal throne. You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it will be unleashed, and all shall return to nothingness. Okay. That doesn't sound like ruling the world. That kind of sounds like destroying the world, but you know, whatever. I'm guessing people need to stand in all of these, which seems to be covered. Mine is the power of darkness, even the stars must bend to my will. Okay. I thought maybe he was gonna do a big explosion type thing. Wait. Do those stack together? Oh, I see. Now he's doing a big old quake spell, and we have to stand in the levitation parts. Oh, shit. Doing this again? I shall crush all who dare oppose me. Healing here isn't very difficult. Life is a circus. Or syrcus. Or whatever. Healing here isn't very difficult because everyone is way more powerful than this dungeon was made for at this point. Hooray! I don't know why I said hooray in that voice. I don't think I'm winning any of this. Maybe the Onion Knight. I don't know. Someone is stuck in a cutscene. Well. I want the prizes, and I need to be right back, so... Hello. It would seem I got all of the prizes because this person disconnected. Well. Very well then. I will accept my fate of prizes. Oh, a Zand card as well. That is a large chair that we can't get to, but you can get a smaller replica of it and put it in your house. That's something you can do if you want. You can sit on the crystal throne, should you so choose. I don't know why I'm running over here. Like, what's that room over there? Is that where Ammon was, I guess? I don't know. There's just a lot to observe about the environment. Such as Cube. Everyone loves Cube. Large chair. Uh-oh. It's the darkness. Sucro! You did it! You defeated Emperor Zand! Sure did. Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly you are the champion we hoped for, Sucrofunk. With Emperor Zand now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. Anyone else see that darkness up there, though? Also, Nero brought his armor. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways we may seal off Syrcus Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task. Okay, now we're all noticing the dark energy. That distortion, what is it? The power that Zand sought to obtain comes from the Void. The world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Voidsent. Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Zand entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I believe that we can annul it. You're good. By his blood, Zand sealed his dark pact. By our blood shall it be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga. Finally we may fulfill our purpose. Nero's just wandering around. I'm evil! Still. Oh, be still, my beating heart! For a moment I feared this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. Nero? What are you going on about? Well, back to the void. Maybe. The Covenant is everlasting. Oh dear. Time for mini clone. Uh-oh. Time for Echo. Good thing all these clones will be very polite and wait for us. As you can see, I am large, says Zand. And so Meracidia is brought into the fold. Soon all the world shall be united under Allagan rule. Not that kind of Echo. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid. An endless void bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Dying sucks. I don't recommend it. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. My large size. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. If I can't have it, nobody else can have it. Yeah. Garaha knows how to shoot a bow, at least once. Good job, Garaha. Maybe. Sucro, pull yourself together. There are so many clones. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Oh no, my cool eye. Ah, not now, damn it. Everyone's getting headaches at the worst time. But Sid is cool. Good job, Sid. You can fight sometimes. Unless you get hit with like a bunch of fire at the same time. Then it kind of sucks. Hey, Nero's doing something useful. My sword is also a gun. That's funny. I don't know why I said that. Nero, were they a part of your grand plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them. A void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! Oops, time to fall into the void. Bye! That looks kind of funny. And there goes Une as well. Confound it! Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine! Nero, what are you doing? Nero, you idiot. Nero! Maybe that's kind of what he wanted? I don't know. Bye! Well, guess we gotta go in there. The Covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Peace. Well, that sucks. Lily doesn't like it either in the background. Well, damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? Yeah, pretty much. As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let's return to the Find and consult Rambros. What's he gonna do? Well, by the way, did I ever mention that the weather here is gloom? I'm sure that's fine. Rambros, it's time to consult with you, and also you. I feel as though I'm forgetting something important, but for the life of me, I cannot remember what that something is. My Garaha voice is constantly changing. All this happened within the tower? Gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exist myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Zand sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. The void scent can enter our world. Instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it, I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they've borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Zan's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. It is our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Garaha, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you've not been quite yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I only know that there's a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Aleg. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Une and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it, though we have known them but briefly. Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts in literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Books and people. Yet know that it may be a while before we're ready to act. They'll have to do another patch, but they've already done it actually, so it's fine. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. Well, time to level grind to 80 then. We'll save them yet, Sucro, mark my words. Nod. Being born with one red eye, I did not have the most pleasant of childhoods. You know what they say, children can be cruel. You know what they say, all toasters toast toast, Sucro. The end result being that I grew up determined to uncover the truth of the trait. Much and more yet remains beyond my knowing, but one thing is certain. The nearer I draw to the heart of the Crystal Tower, the more I am convinced that an important memory eludes me. Well, time for the World of Darkness. Ah, Sucro, it's good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. None of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our first foray to Syrcus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zand. But you, Sucro, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void scent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them and Nero out of our realm. Thanks for the recap. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zand's orders and collects energy to open another void gate, even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We've done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail, just as the gate would only open for Une and Doga. So too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Aleg. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the Allegan tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Aleg, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Ammon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zand's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice. But then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Aleg. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all of our news is quite so bleak. It is true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Syrcus's power for our own purposes, and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. Alright, time to punch darkness. With a book. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. And here comes the man himself. Sucro, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Syrcus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Sucro. I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss another chance to save the world, would you? Nod. Nod. Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Should we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Nod. Nothing bad could possibly happen. Seems rather a bit quicker to get from part 2 to part 3 than it was to get from part 1 to part 2. Has the chief filled you in on the plan, Sucro? Opening up that void gate will be a real feat for the Ironworks. But I'm worried about what comes afterwards. I've never heard of anyone going through a rift, let alone coming back. I don't relish the idea of getting stuck there ourselves. Sucro, I bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Syrcus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling is off, well, boom! But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. Meanwhile, well, not really meanwhile, but shortly thereafter, various engineers and such, presumably. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Nod. Is there something amiss, Guraha? Ah, Emperor Zan's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allegan's civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on the throne, how different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zand in his ambition. There were those who tried. Zand's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Aleg. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Zand lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zand desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud to be emptied into Syrcus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Syrcus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I have learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that the rebellion incited Zand to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Guraha. Why a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Biggs, are you ready? Raring to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Glowy. Sparkly. Shiny. Yay, a portal to hell! Just what I always wanted. A rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the mead just yet. The tough part's still ahead. You've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the sons of St. Koinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Sucro. My friend, 'tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I know not what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. My voices are changing for all of these characters a little bit. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you've passed through beyond the rift. Make certain you're prepared before leaving. Nod. I received a whisper. Rika says I'm good. Wow. And they got a Kugane apartment. Might I have a moment of your time, Sucro? There's a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Okay. Sucro glaring at darkness. Why do we have to discuss it over here? Oh, we're over here now. Sucro, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you're no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow meeting those two clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something. Something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the self-same ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alleg. Mayhap what I wish to remember in these words are related, mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own two eyes, but especially the red one, I guess. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Nod. You have my thanks, my friend. Let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Alright, time to walk all the way back up there, I guess. Why did we walk down here? I mean, just, I guess to make sure. If you've prepared yourself, let us waste no time in rescuing our comrades from the darkness. Okay. I want to try something. Hello, spam message. How... I never remember. There we go. Anyways. Wait, it's letting me go to Rika's apartment? Even though it's in an area of the game I don't have access to? So, Rika bought an apartment in an area I'm not supposed to be at for 2 expansions. And apparently it's letting me teleport to at least the housing district of this area. Well. Spoilers. Rika probably hasn't had time to put anything here yet. Nope. This is what an empty Shirogane apartment looks like, though. Or Kugane, or whatever. Shirogane is the housing district of Kugane. Why am I allowed here? Oh, maybe I just didn't notice the name Rika. Sorry. I was looking hastily. Yeah, Tellier. Oh, that's very cute. That's really good. Hello. Welcome. I'm being given an egg. 2 of them, in fact. I think I accidentally misplaced some of the eggs I was given before, because I forgot which eggs were which. But now I have new eggs, so it's okay. I am curious to know if I can exit this housing district into Stormblood proper for some reason. Because that would be wild if I could just cheat to this part of the game. Like, there wouldn't be much I could accomplish by doing so, I don't believe. But the ferry is presently out of service. You must complete the main scenario quest not without incident. Okay, so you are allowed to go to housing districts you wouldn't normally be able to access early if you know someone who lives there, but you cannot leave the housing district. I see. Fascinating. I remember when they first implemented this housing district, and I camped out to try and get a plot in it for the FC that was just me and Rika on the other server. And then I was informed, once the plot became available, that you can only buy a house as an FC if it has at least like 4 members in it, and it was only us. And houses were not available for individual purchase at that time. Only free company housing was possible. And so the only chance of getting a house on Balmung was forever lost. I mean, until they add the Ishgard housing district. But I don't care about Balmung that much anymore, honestly. When they add Ishgard's housing district, I believe it will be using a raffle system. So there's theoretically a chance for any of us would-be homeowners to get something. Placards. What if I just barge into random people's houses and see what they're doing and what they made without any regard for privacy or caution? Seems dark in this one. Seems there's not much that can be reached. I cannot even phase through the wall, unfortunately. I'm not sure quite what's happening here. Aha! The secret basement bath of whoever the fuck's house this is. Why is it so dark? I guess it's under construction, I believe it said. I don't actually know anything about how, like, not apartment housing works. Like, what size is this house? It does feel kind of unsettling. Funny how I busted into a random house and it was just kind of really creepy by accident. Nice yard, though. What size house is this? Small. So is a small house just like 2 apartments, basically? On top of each other? Because there was only the front room in the basement. I don't know if you can customize, like... It's funny you say that, because it's possible to make a house basically that experience. Or at least it was. Oh yeah, I've definitely never had anything creepy or weird in my house, ever. Fisher Cat's Aquarium? That sounds delightful. What was I saying? Oh yeah, people have made houses in this game where through some shenanigan-filled process, you clip out of bounds and do an elaborate jumping puzzle across the house for nothing other than a source of a feeling of accomplishment. Ah, the orchestrion closet, which leads to the basement. This is a guest book. Someone says, "Hella dope, I love the aquarium!" What a hella dope aquarium! Whoa! But yeah, I believe if you are a fisher, you can catch fish and put them in fish tank and display fish tank. I have actually never tried fisher as a job. Oh hey. Many mannequin are here, displaying a variety of presumably gathering related things. There's a shark, there's many fish. This is a nice house. It's playing music that's really ominous for all of this, honestly. What a pleasant experience. What are your additional chambers? Company workshop, specified private chambers. Oh, this is a free company. That explains things. Anyway, time for the world of darkness. Wait, was there a sunfish? Did I completely not notice there was a sunfish? Because that's important. Oh yeah, there is. I love sunfish. They're our friend. Oh, Fisher is just a gathering job. It is not a class you can fight with. Though you can auto-attack enemies as a gatherer, and it does like 2 damage. However, the Reaper class that is being added is basically Botanist got pissed and started killing people. Like, that's basically the actual lore. So, it's entirely possible that in the next expansion they will add Fisher but pissed. Who knows? Wait, sunfish have evolved to survive through face tanking? Ah, I see. I'll be nice and say hello to my alliance. Oh, I don't have a fairy. Wait, yeah, I do. Wait, no, I don't. Wait. Anyway, World of Darkness. Another dungeon slash raid that I don't remember anything about, really. Though I've done this slightly more recently than I had done Crystal Tower, I think. I expect to die, and then I expect for that to not matter in the long run as we triumph regardless. That's a fascinating quote. I just think Stunfish are really cute to look at. They're just funny. They're really funny looking. That's really good. So World of Darkness is going to be filled with enemies and bosses from the actual World of Darkness of FF3. Bosses that aren't too difficult, really, in FF3. I spy with my giant eye, pray for the hunting. This is the kind of boss that would make that kind of noise. This thing is going to use roulette. These bosses weren't terribly difficult in... I don't know what's happening. They aren't terribly difficult in Final Fantasy III. By which I mean, the Cloud of Darkness destroys you, and everything leading up to the Cloud of Darkness is just to waste your time and make you not want to play the game anymore. This is roulette, though. It's fun how they incorporated this. But yeah, I don't really know what's happening. I think they do a better job of conveying things later on. This is one of the early raids of the game, more or less. I don't remember what this... I think this enemy was just called Ahriman originally in Final Fantasy III. But obviously that's like a whole enemy type now, so they can't just do that. I'm not doing a lot of DPS, but also, like... Admittedly, I'm not trying super hard. My fate has grown dark before my eye! Rip. I believe everything in the world of... all of the items that you can get in the World of Darkness are now more easily obtainable as something that you can dye in a different armor set that they just made later. Scylla 2! Scylla again! Why not, I guess. There are only so many enemies in this part of FF3 that you can draw on. That's true too. Oh yeah, the treasure chest has Zan's clone in it. I forgot. Oh, you mean they ran out in FF3? Right, right. I forgot that Scylla again was just a thing in FF3. Of course it was though. And so is Zand again, who doesn't immediately wipe you with meteors, so this is an inaccurate representation. I forgot that they made the Zand clone show up that many times. I thought it was only like once or twice. But I forgot. I mean, if you're gonna... Well, there's 5-headed dragon. We've already seen 2-headed dragon. Now it's time for the dragon to have 5 of them. The music seems to have forgotten to turn on. Oh, there it is. I don't remember what that means. Oh, right, you can target the different heads. Okay. Concerning. Not too bad. Just a regular enemy. I do really like the road of darkness or whatever here. This is very cool. This shows up a couple other times in the game. Well, I'm in Alliance A, so I'll take this side. Oh, hey, you again. Somehow things worked out. And now Cerberus is here. Cerberus has mechanics, I remember. By which I mean, I remember that Cerberus has mechanics. I don't remember anything about what they are or what I'm supposed to do. So, you know. We do get proper Final Fantasy III boss music. Cerberus says Guar. Cerberus eats people, I guess. That's not great. Oh. I died. Cerberus is the one where you have to know the mechanics, I guess. Well. still got hit by that? Well, something happened. I don't really like it when I don't know what's happening. There are some dungeons and raids in this game where I guess things are never designed with the explicit expectation that you read how everything works beforehand. But some dungeons feel like they expect you to know what's going on before you're there. Such as this one. Anyway. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. You've not stumbled here without purpose or something like that. I'm the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will sink lifeless into the void. I speak very quickly. I'm the cloud of darkness. Anyway, time to get particle beamed into oblivion. As you do. Everyone's over here. It would seem. Now we have a remix of the final battle music from Final Fantasy III. Again, I don't know anything about how this works. Someone already died. There's a particle beam. The void shall consume all that is. Okay. Good to know. Darkness, take you all. Smiley face. In darkness all is as one, be it hope or despair, everything is mine to devour. Smiley face. Ah, particle beams are being charged. I wonder if you can you be on the side and avoid that? Or is that just a thing that's gonna hit you? Hooray! We did something. I didn't really feel impactful across this raid series because I didn't know what was happening and I was supposed to. Probably. But anyway, the Cloud of Darkness is dead now. Yay! Oh, I got the Puff of Darkness. I got 71 on the roll. I don't think I commended anybody fast enough. I got 3 commendations for some reason. Am I going to appear in... Where am I going to appear? Probably outside the tower. In a cutscene. In the World of Darkness, rather. Where in the 7 hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, defeat of the cloud aids their cause little. Toga, Une, can you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you keen to attract more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Think the 12, are you alright? Does he look alright? I don't think he looks alright. As alright as can be expected, Une is simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. Nero grape blast. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zan's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where... Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Oops, more darkness! The void is kind of the oops all darkness of this game, though. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me and now must feel my wrath. Whoa. Do you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. With particle beams! Except she missed. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zan's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Sucro, Guraha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Particle beam. Just kidding. Cat boys are invincible. At least this one is. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Zan's blood. I mean, yeah. Guraha Tia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. I mean, obviously. 'Tis a gift you have inherited, Guraha. You have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alag that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Guraha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allagan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with a royal eye are bound by fate to Allag. Our part in this journey is to bury Zan's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we've carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain even if our bodies are lost. Nod. Take the blood. He grabbed it like it was a Dark Souls consumable. Double red eyes. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. Have your funny eye. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero. But do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Une, I thank you. Now, Sucro, Nero, let us quit this place. And so we did. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light! I will spam particle beam until you die and lose 3 hours of progress. I'm still bitter about Final Fantasy III. No, you shall not escape us. Here Zan's blood-stained dreams of glory end. Don't give up, Nero. You'll find a way to continue to be evil, I guess. There, that glint of light! It grows faint, and the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If you don't press the A button, I will run here forever. There he goes. This bridge is really long. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! Nero's not having a good time. The treadmill of light. Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alleg. I am Nero Telskiva, the man who will yet outdo Alleg and Garland. That is what you hope to? Ah, dang it, my eyeball. May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! Nod. Well, bye, Nero. Rip and piss, Nero Telskiva. It seems that this is taking longer to close than I expected, so it's probably fine. Must move onwards. This is not where I came to rest. Come to rest, rather. I'm too purple to die. I'm not purple anymore. Shit. Or maybe that's good. How did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now, onwards! Everything's fine, bye! Ah! Oops. Miss! Never mind. You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. Yay, we saved Nero, question mark. I guess that's good. My hat is clipping into the ground. But I'm still a cat. You were returned unharmed, thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running around like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all safe... Hmm? Where are Une and Doga? They're not... They stayed behind to sacrifice themselves for us. I see. I'll miss the two of them dearly, but I'm happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Guraha! Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. Cheering! I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please give us a moment to rest. I'm weary to the bone, and Nero and Sucro are both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Coinac's find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Sucro. You and those 23 other random adventurers, I guess. Would that I could have been more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doge and Une's blood. I'm a cat? Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It is not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. Graha. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Sucro. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. Guraha, what are you doing? I know what you're doing, but don't do it. He's gonna do it. Rika a while ago said Final Fantasy III hard mode freelancer class only playthrough win. The freelancer class only exists in the DS version, so I assume that's what would be required. I don't think there's a higher difficulty in any edition of FF3 unless there's a hack, which there certainly is. Also, if it was Onion Knight only, they would at least have something they could do at the end, in theory. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Sucro, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Allegans. I will take a moment to BRB. Again. Hello, I am back. Here we are at the game again. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allegheny that runs in Guraha's line does mean that the royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to Guraha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has Guraha said anything? For that matter, where is Guraha? And what of Nero? I'm mixing up all the voices now, whoops. I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. Knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being, though he is still Nero. I'm a cat? Guraha is at the tower? Sucro, you say Guraha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Ambrose! Master Ambrose! 'Tis Guraha Tia, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I don't know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well, let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. You sure do use that word a lot, as an ordinary vocabulary word. Master Garland, Sucro, please come with me. No doubt Guraha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Guraha, are you trying to seal yourself in the Crystal Tower for 3 million years? You rascal. They're over there. Gotta give Boaster some Geschel greens. It's very important to do so at this time. What in the world was Guraha Tia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course he would tell me nothing, but he will be honest with you, miss, I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Guraha. I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come on, come, man! What is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help! Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alec, or rather 'twas there that the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Xanth's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alec looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alec's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alec's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Alec's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all of this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Garaha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alec's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings, else we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alec, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Ammon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? Gasp. What? You cannot mean that! I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Allegans in knowledge. I will slumber within Syrcus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. I am getting emotional, as I should. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Eternal Wind starts playing. Jeez. Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking Garaha, then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. Nod. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Sucro, I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Nod. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancients' wish. There he goes. Well, onwards to a better future, then. Applause. I'm still here too. Yeah. The crystal tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Dog immediately starts barking in the background of my house. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. Mildly ominous sound. And now we return to Rambros. God. If only I had such power. Catboy sequestered, indeed. You just missed Sid, Sucro. There's much that needs his attention if he's to fulfill Guraha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Koinek's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Guraha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Hey, elegant catalyst. I don't know what you'd use that for. Presumably a craft. You completed the Crystal Tower quest series. You can accept the quest that allows you to trade items obtained by repeating the Crystal Tower Alliance raids. Out of the dark. I mean... But I hardly know her. Adventure, may I ask a favor? Colleagues gone missing. Oddest orb deep in the tower. How did they get deep into the tower? It's shut. I'll unlock this, I guess, and then not immediately do the raids again, because why would I do that? But yeah, that was the Crystal Tower raid series. The only raid series that's technically mandatory these days. Although, I suppose you could argue that it's not mandatory because you can skip it with money. You can transmit some Chromer to Square Enix and they'll just skip you ahead. I think that the words transmit Chromer are going to be permanently in my vocabulary from now on. Anyway, who am I talking to? Oomst. Oh, you didn't spawn yet. Is there something I can help you with? I don't know. You seek Ko Rabunta? Well, you found the right body, but she's not at home, so to speak. What? Someone... What? Okay. This lovely girl you see before you is known as Ko, but another soul dwells within her at present. Mine, to be precise. You are speaking with none other than Noah, Archmagus of Aleg. My scholarly works are legend, my treatises of the cosmos priceless, and my very name known throughout the world. Gasp. Or 'twas so once. My soul has whiled away the millennia within an orb. Ko awoke me from my slumber, and, well, how could I pass up a chance to walk the world again? So I allowed my spirit to flow into her body, and here we are. Forgive me, but you do not seem overly bewildered by this. Would I be wrong to assume you belong to the scholarly fellowship that carries my name? Oh yeah, I'm also actually a scholar. And a cat. As I thought. Ko revealed this Noah when I entered her mind. Oh, but do be at ease, I bear you no ill will for using my name. I am, however, intrigued. What discoveries has this organization made? Has it made any findings of note to begin with? You act in my name, and so are as disciples to me. I will give you my blessing after you've proven your intellectual worth. Such is my wont. So are you deserving? Tower? You've dedicated yourself to creating a brighter future, eh? Then we may be alike in spirit. When I lived, I had a thirst for knowledge and dedicated myself to understanding the world. It was how I became an Archmagus. You may yet become a disciple of mine. I would learn more of your journey into the Crystal Tower. If I can see your dedication amongst your exploits, I will be happy to give you a token of my immense wisdom. Pray do not expect too much, though. There are limits to what I can do in this body. Whose owner you were seeking, of course. Well, I'll make sure that Ko's friend learns of what's happened. Some version, at least. And worry not, this body is in safe hands. And I believe that's the shape of it. If my offer has tantalized you and you wish to prove yourself in my eyes, you certainly know where to find me. Okay. I forgot about that. That's an interesting bit. What do you get from this? Catalyst, oil. Not really anything that's particularly useful to me, probably. There's also another optional dungeon here. But I'm not gonna bother, like... I'm doing a lot of optional stuff off camera, so I'm not gonna bother like reading that one. I did want to read Noah's shenanigans because that was unexpected to me. Anyways, I suppose with all that out of the way, it's time to resume the main quest where we have to speak to Gagaruju and Kostanasa. God damn it. Well, that does mean the Hotel Mario voice is approaching, at least. For the record, if you use the Hotel Mario voice on a text box that's already the Hotel Mario voice, it will not do anything. This is a status effect that does not stack. Gagaruju is merely permanently cursed with this, as a way to offset his horrible nature. He can't be cursed twice. Anyway, what were we doing over here, Alphino? Ah, you've arrived. Let us see if Master Gegeruju can shine any light onto the rumors regarding Philamine. Ah, right, yes.
Ah, oh sweet siren of the sands, my Mikote muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's Bane, I mean Sucro, what brings you to my humble resort? What brings you to my 7 Koopa hotels?
God damn it.
Philamine, you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until very recently was the songstress of Ulda? We got...
Please hold. Hello. Sorry about that. There was a minor occurrence that needed to be addressed. But it's fine. And yeah, you're right. Gigaruju is just kind of lounging, being sunbathed in a rainstorm. That is happening.
Oh, for shame. To think she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west or wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say, a tragedy.
Kind of lost the voice a little. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Just a minor bit of weird plumbing that was quickly fixable, actually. West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegeruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. And then I crushed Gegaruju to death with a car, and he's dead forever now. Rip and piss. Away! Now that you mention it, it is kind of funny that it was a minor plumbing thing while the Hotel Mario voice was ongoing. This does mean that the other people in my house have now definitely heard me doing a Hotel Mario voice. Such is my lot in life. Oh well. Apparently I've decided to take the scenic route, by which I mean not teleporting. Hello, wine guy. Well, if it isn't Sucro, the savior of Wineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premises. Interfering with tastings, you understand. If she's your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a malm away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Well, alright. Wait, I thought you were the blind one. The scent of the navel clings to you still. Do you truly think me that perceptive? No, no, I learned of your victory from Captain Weisgate. I raised a glass in your honor that very eve. Aren't you the one I'm supposed to be speaking to? Hello? I guess I have to gather information from someone else first. Very well. You want to know if I've seen a Mikote lass by the name of Philamine? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. Except on yourself, of course. Okay. Surely it's not that hard to like perceive a woman with sight that you have. But sure. I see you have had many grand adventures since last we spoke, Sucro. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago, one does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher Gully and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff there have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Okay. Gonna find a cat. Shamani is pretty cool. Yeah, Shamani Lomani. Despite all the running around we had to do in his name, he's still cool. Well, hey, there she is. That was easy. Oh no. Philamine, have you noticed something happening behind you by any chance? I should check to make sure I'm pronouncing the F correctly. Pretend that Sucro is checking her notes for this information right now. As I'm making my computer try to load a web browser, which it refuses to load. Maybe I need a more powerful computer that can do literally everything at the same time. Rika heard me say that. Please don't buy me a computer. Short F is what it says. What does that mean? Philomen? I guess it's a f... Or maybe it's just pronounced F? Maybe it's Efflemen? Efflemen? It says short F, but... I mean, for other things it's just like short ha, short e. Fu is the short? So it's Fulamine. Okay. Fulamine, I guess that's what your name is. I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gubyu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and I'm a cat. And we're looking for you. Fulamine, I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ulda, I presume, Minfilia, or should I say Asilia, is looking for you. Asilia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is why. Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me, more than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of Lanosha aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say? Anytime someone doesn't take Alphina's shit, he just gets flustered immediately. It's kind of great. But you're supposed to take my shit. I'm Alphino. He gets better. Eventually. Though he doesn't stop getting flustered. Rescued yet again from the jaws of a ravenous Gubyu, how quickly we forget the lessons of the past. I think that's a reference to 1.0, because I think that happens to Fulamine. Though I was not solely to blame for that foolishness. I think that happens to Fulamine in one of the intro quest lines. Or very close to it in 1.0. Maybe the Ulda one, actually. This is not at all how I envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. Hugs are in the future! Yay! You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I've kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. I have teleport tickets we could use. You two. Oh, I guess we're... Oh. It just teleports you here for free? I don't remember that happening, but, I guess they have learned by this point how arduous returning to the Waking Sands could be. Hey, Minfilia, we found your mom. I mean, I'm a cat. Antecedent, you have a guest. Gasp. Lamine? Acilia. Yay, hugs. I haven't seen her like this in years, Sucro. Yay. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Acilia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Celestia perfume, you remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If I ever lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone through so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Sucro, however. I could not have made it without her. Thank you, Sucro. Thank you both. Nod. There's something else. Sucro is good. This is the cat's eye I found. All those years you kept it. My father was a member of the Alamigan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamine who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know how to survive. I needed to know to survive. I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I failed to grasp their implications. It's clear there's much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamine as a gift. She said it was beautiful. But there I'm at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Acilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You've succeeded where I failed and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become and all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do and of what it may entail. Acilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Ul'dah. Lamine. You built it once, Cecilia. You can build it again. And this time we'll do it together. Truly? Nod. Nod. Elfino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll as you proposed. A power fantasy, you say? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldessian. Preparations begin at once. Shrug. Nod. Hey, that is nice, that's true. Everyone loves Sucro. And they should. Wait, what's this? What's this other thing Minfilia has? Oh, everyone's here suddenly. I guess this is like primal hard mode? I know you've scarce had a chance to rest, but I'm afraid there's still work to do. The ultimate weapon's destruction, 'twould seem, has served to embolden the beastmen who now seek to call down their gods once more. Yeah, this seems like it's primal hard mode. This is optional though, I think, for now. Primals will be stronger, far stronger. Beast tribes hoarding crystals with a vengeance. Grand companies are aware of the potential outbreak. They're ill-equipped. Everyone wants Sucro to do it. Okay. I'm not gonna read all that, I guess. Don't know what we do without Sucro. Go ahead, Thancred. Ahem. I owe you my life. Yeah, you sure do. String of failures. It's okay, Thancred. You got possessed by an Ascian. You can't really, like, blame yourself for that, probably. Yeah, I don't remember if these are required at some point. But I don't know if I'll be doing primal hard mode on camera either. Anyway. There's also Titan Extreme, though. Titan Hard is required? Okay. That's fine. Oh, I thought you were going to say, like, Titan Hard is a pain or something like that. Anyway, back to the current plot as it's ongoing. I'm a cat. Let's go to Mordona. It is all well and good that we found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there's much to be done, and in so little time. Sucro, help me move these boxes across the continent. Sucro, can you call U-Haul? Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would never have been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. Yeah, Revenant's Toll used to be less built up. I think they built it up over the course of patches and stuff. Which is why she's saying, however, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the guild will require something in return for this support, sympathetic to our cause they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent. Really, Alphino, if I need concern myself with anything, it's surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps. I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving the word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll hold the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. There you are. Of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated, or certain provisions must, if it please you, I would do so. It does. Madam, unless I am much mistaken, you're the one known as Sucro, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slathborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Nod. Well, it seems like everyone loves us, so, like, what do we have to do? Seems good so far. Well, well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Sucro. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste as first intended. But before that, I dare say you've earned yourself a rest. After all, you've traveled so far, and there's already so much you've done for us, and for me. Nod. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care. Is it gonna put me outside the room? Or just, like, spawn me in the room? I guess it's gonna take me outside the room. Meanwhile, in the room with all the boxes, Sucro needs to move. Oh, she's reading a book. Or at least staring vaguely at a book. Canonically, Sucro has looked at a book once. Ah, Sucro, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there's something he'd like to share with us. Nod. I keep thinking weird noises make it through to the mic, but I don't think they actually are, and I'm not going to ever remember to check. You're here. Good. I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded. They were instantaneous because the pacing would otherwise kind of suck. And our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. Thankfully, as we're playing in patch 5.5, it is long finished, so we don't have to do anything. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. Yay, cheering! A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I'd come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. Sigh. From the waking sands to the rising stones, passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they've each pledged their full support, General Ralban included. Moreover, I've decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. This will surely not backfire. Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it's a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst-kept secret in Eorzea. Okay, that's fair. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand for. Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have a right to know who saved them. It's my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in so doing, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire? That was mostly me, honestly. To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and time again, united as one. Yay! And thus did everyone leave. But Tatari was thinking, there must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Fulamine to teach me the basics of mining, too. Oh yeah, Tataru's quest to level up exists. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I'd expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slaffborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road and represent us well, Sucro. To training arc. She tries a few times, but I don't think it ever works out for her, unfortunately. Her true power is outside of the levels and class systems of this game. By the way, give me the primal hard mode quests. Actually, I'll just do this later because there's too much to do. If Ifrit bleeds, we can kill it is a good quest name, though. How she's grown since we last spoke. She puts me to shame with her accomplishments, and for that I am full glad. The nerve of some petitioners engaging us as if we were a band of common mercenaries. I should be glad to refuse them all without a second thought. Well, let's at least establish a home base type thing. If I can keep streaming at a good pace and cover a decent amount of the game each time, we might not be that far away from Heavensward at this point. But we have already been playing for over 4 hours. I was told to expect a Scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's been far too long, Sucro. You have something for me, yes? Documents detailing the Scion's planned operations for the next several weeks. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Would that we had a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we'll just give you the work of a dozen men. Heh, I jest. You jest, but that's basically what's happening in this game most of the time. It's possibly a primal. That's probably fine. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. Ha, but I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important woman such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. Make it a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be as good a place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me and I'll show you around. Phone call. Is that you, Sucro? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have the most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Is everything quite all right, friend? Nope. I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear this is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. I wanted to look at the rising stones. I wanted to visit the house that we have now. It's not really a house at all. Can I go there anyway? I can't. It would be through this door. Also, hello, wandering minstrel. If I don't speak to him, he cannot harm me. Well, pray return to the rising stones, waking sands, you know. Pray return to shifting sandland. We've lost our hat. We need to recover it or we'll take extra damage, Sucro. I don't know what voice that is. That person's name is Rusted Bucket. Shoutouts to that person, I guess. Taro, I was just here 2 seconds ago. A messenger from the Waking Sands, from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on our face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that the Ixal has summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing you can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. Well, I think this is Good King Moggle we're building up to at this point. Lord of all the lands, rules with iron hand, leads the brave and true. Come along and meet his trusty crew. Come along and meet the DK crew. Moggle Mog. Moggle Mog is here. Okay, I'll stop. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. Unless it's Ramu. Unless Ramu is now, but I think Ramu is later. We have reason to believe that another primal or an entity resembling one has been summoned in Gridania. Aw, shucks. Thank you. Thine arrival is customarily timely, Sucro. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. Nod. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I'd hoped the Moggles guard beyond such follies. Yep, it's Moggle. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation. Nod. Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Hulot. I'm guessing that's how I say that? He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania, Sucro. Ida and Papalima will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Isn't a sheep cow just double, basically? Well, time to go to Gridania. Though I am allied with the Twin Adder and Gridania in general, I have recently been pondering whether or not I should switch Grand Companies. Because there tends to be a group of people hanging around the Aetherite Crystal of New Gridania that often engage in uncomfortable conversations that I am forced to witness as soon as I end up here. And also, if Sucro's canonically an Arcanist, it would make sense for her to be affiliated with Limsa instead, though it is a bit late for that. It'd be kind of cool if you could do New Game Plus, like, from a different starting point, so you could see the intro if you were, like, from Limsa instead. It would seem nobody is here at the moment that bothers me, though. No offense to anyone who frequents around the Gridanian Aetherite on Famfrit, but I have some personal difficulties that you're not privy to, which make your presence unsettling. Anywho, a pleasure to see you as always, Lieutenant Funk. Thank you for coming so swiftly. I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Why do you get a buffalo for this? Level 70 weapon coffer? Why? Though, why did they give you a level 70 weapon and a buffalo here? What on earth? There is blocking and muting, but there is no making people invisible. And there are manners of dress that are possible in this game, which, I prefer not to see. Like ones that are happening over to the left that I'm going to pan away from the camera. Hello. Hail to the king, Kupo. Why did it give me a level 70 weapon here? I don't really understand that. Not long ago, the Moogle Kuplo Kop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Sigurdsir. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire Twelveswood if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we'd have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kuplo Kop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Sigurdsir at the Lotus Stand. How do I get to the Lotus Stand again? Conjurer's Guild. Got it. Good King Moggle. Good King Mog. Lord of all the land. Well, okay. I don't think I'd be using such a tool. I think perhaps I will use this game to train my endurance to seeing such things. I don't know. The other Scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Hey, Kane-senna, do you know why they gave me a buffalo? And a book that I can't use yet? It must be something bad to have gotten Kuplokop this worried. Have you seen the way his thingummy is bobbing? Ah, the thingummy. Okay, Rika, I won't yell at you, but if I'm really close to Moggle, sure, why not? I don't know how much longer I'm going to continue for today, because it's been a while. A threat to Moogle kind? I'd hoped the antecedent suspicions were ill-founded, but I cannot see who else it could be. Our guest has brought ill tidings which must needs be heeded. Isn't that right, Kuplokop? Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. But I suppose Raya O's right. They've left us no choice, Kupo. That's the Moogle voice, apparently. Please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Moogles, Kupo. They're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order, yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kuplokop. Can you not see that she hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful am I that you have come, Sucro, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. This is a Moogle. You're doubt. I don't know why that's so funny to me that I said that. You're doubtless eagle. My speech is malfunctioning. You're doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplokop has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mogglmog the 12th has returned to Eorzea. It's funny that this is a thing that Kane-senna has to say with complete seriousness and like furrowed brows. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he's a genuine figure from history, or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Mogglmog the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that he couldn't safely fly down. That we couldn't safely fly down. But good King Mogglmog the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. Then, this he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that's how we Moogles came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Mogglmog the 12th, may his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Moogle kind might at last know peace. Except that he's not remained in the heavens from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea. The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Mogglmog the 12th is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they'd even try.
With Garuda humbled and the Ultima weapon destroyed, what new threat could possibly have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you, who has braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. Or respite. I think both work. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Mogglesguard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes come what may. I assure you, the Mogglesguard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Mogglemog the 12th, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Moogle kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Sucro, confront good King Mogglemog the 12th, and drive him from our midst. Nod. Thumbs up. Nod. Humbly do I thank you. The sanctuary of the Mogglesguard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Esumiyan of the Conjurers Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. That's a good question. I feel like they probably have a list, and they also come up with new ones. I feel like it's both, but they all know all of them by heart. Probably. That is most likely the case, I believe. Well, the Conjurers Guild is right this way. It's a nice looking place, the Conjurers Guild. I remember when I was a conjurer. Welcome, Sucro, welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Mogglemog the 12th is of great comfort to me and the elementals both. As I'm sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race, yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is likely that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you're ready to seek the king. You have selected Regicide. Oh, you also have an optional thing. Oh, you're Ampedor, the other one. I'll take this one here. The Lost City of Ampedor, that's right. I'll take that for later. The words barring access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the self-same method employed 5 years ago when the king was first summoned to Eorzea. Mogglemog must have been in 1.0 then. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, for none were in our possession at the time.
By the grace of the elementals, however, we've been spared that burden on this occasion. Kuplo Kop confided in me that he'd been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Moggle's Guard themselves, yet wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the King's sanctum. Alas, I've been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Muggles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kuplo Kop's keystones, Sucro. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at West Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I'm certain he will yield. Okay. Lancer's Guild. I don't remember how long it actually takes to get to Moggle Mug from here. I am kind of running out of endurance and time, in a sense. But if this isn't too far away, then... So how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, so he told you about that. Well, if there's truly no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. I already forgot my Kuplo Cop voice. But it was probably something like that. I don't think there's much in the way of other things before now. Oh, this doesn't seem to be going well. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo! I know what you've been planning, and I won't allow it! Open your eyes, Kupo! The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. I'm a cat and I have a book. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us, by consorting with this Mikote. Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kinsmuggles, he plots treason against the crown. Enough. Kuplo Kop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Mogglebug the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. I guess this is the voice you get. And then they float away. The king is planning to purge the 12's of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. I'm not going to be able to keep the Moogle voices, like, straight at all. The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the bramble patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Moggle's Guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Escort Kuplo Kop safely to the warded entrance. Okay. I guess that's fine. The word escort fills me with dread immediately. That's not the kind of keeping it straight I meant. But you know that. I don't want to assume anything about the Muggles. In fact, that exact thing that you said is the reason why I hesitated to complete the sentence of keeping them all straight, because I knew that someone would say that. I knew it in my heart. Not that it's a crime to have done so. But, you know, whatever. You sense a hostile presence, Kupo. I don't think you did anything wrong. Malevolent squirrels, though. Everything is specifically malevolent on the way to this place. Can I heal you? I think I can. Sometimes they don't want you to heal NPCs, but it seems like this one allows it. Oh no, my Chocobo got every status effect. Oh? Wait, where's Cooper's health? Wait, what? Oh, you're back there. I went too far ahead. I was worried I had to do the whole thing again. Escort quests in video games. Hurry up. We're here, Kupo. I don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you attune to an aetherite, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. Okay. I did it. It is done. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish moogles a lesson and send the king back whence he came. Okay. This one starts in hard mode. I don't know why. But hey, I guess it's Mongol Mog then. I think I accidentally had the World of Darkness still as a possibility because it said on the queue a lot more people, but it pulled the correct thing instead, so it's fine. Hey, it's time for the Nightmare Before Christmas. Kind of. There are many Moogle. There are a lot of rules to this fight that I don't remember, but I'll just do my best to heal everybody. Kupo, who in the Seven Hells are they? Meddling adventurers, I'd wager. Moggles Guard, to arms! Defend the king, Kupo! Whisker roll. Coop de coop. Become owned. Damn you.
Woolywort, Kulkogi, and Puthi the Palm Burner.
This is a very silly bit, honestly. The music gradually speeds up.
Now there's 3 of them. Putnapako the Tail Turner, Ruckletuft Kuptakava, and Curryfoot Kuklikip.
All of these Moogles are some of the classes. Like, each of these Moogles is a specific class from Realm Reborn. And there's an order in which you should probably kill them, at least in the extreme difficulty version of this. And here's the Bard one. Huxi Pico, the Shaggy Song. The tank Moogles are the only ones who care about aggro? Huh. Makes sense. Now they perform the ritual. Hail to the king, Kupo! That's still hilarious. And there he is. You shall suffer for your transgressions against my subjects. And now the lyrics kick in. I don't remember what to do at this point. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Chaos! I'm being owned! It seems that even in this difficulty of the thing, you do need coordination of some kind. Maybe. I don't have any MP, is the thing. I'm gonna die. Maybe not. Hooray, we won somehow! A morbid Mogblade. And then all the Moogles get upset and leave. Oh, Eos is gone. Yeah, I had no idea what the priorities for killing creature in that one was, because I don't remember. But it somehow worked out in the end. No commendations. Oh well. I did die. You did it, Kupo! You did it! Good King Moggle the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more! I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Moggle's Guard when you did. Thank you, Sucro. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Pukni Path that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Raya O at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. Nod. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Oh, we had to kill at least 5 Moogles before the Moogle go round, and we only got 4? Okay. The priorities get really specific in the extreme version, then. I was focused on trying to heal people, and also dying. I had a bit of a rough time. Black Mage, White Mage, Bard, Paladin, always first. Gotcha. I'm going to forget this later. Wait, what do you have, Raya? Oh, right. I was supposed to talk to you about the Lost City of Ampador. I'm not reading this part. Anyway. Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Moggle the 12th, may his magnificent virtue serve as an example to us all, has fallen? All Moogle kind owes you a debt, Kupo, and I sense Raya O wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption. Okay. Your bravery in service to the Twelveswood and her Moogles shall not be forgotten, Sucro. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the woman responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. I don't really feel like the one responsible for, like, winning. I feel like I was dead and not super helpful. Anyway, I think rather than completing that whole conversation right now, I think that'll be enough for today. I kind of have to stop and, like, do stuff like food. You know, I think food is unfortunately necessary in life. It kind of sucks that it is, but you know. So, yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Next time, we will be reporting the death of good King Moggle the 12th. May he rot in his shitty grave forevermore. I don't think that's a good blessing. But until then, thank you all for support. Reiko wants me to do Extreme Titan, and I'm afraid. And if you should wish to support me in other ways, you may find ways to do so below the stream, but do not think it necessary. And until next time, have a good day, have a good night, have a good week, have a good year. I'm not going to do Savage Coil. That would be silly. Good night, everyone.